Uh, okay. So, welcome back, folks. We are here again with Alan Wake. We completed the EP 1 and 2. I don't know how many episodes this is, and don't tell me. Um, but I'm excited to continue on. Nah. Continue on our little adventure. I think we Okay, so we're trying to reach the train depot. Having resolved to try to find a vehicle from the train depot, Wake heads for it. There you go. How's the move going? The move is going great.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan, I'm so afraid. He keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
Uh-oh.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
Yeah, it sounded real wrong. I gotta concur. Wake attacked by possessed object. Please tell me it's another coffee container, because that would be hilarious. Jerry's Good Bar. Good morning. Kestrel. Oh, I didn't say hi. I just answered your question. Hi.
The pipe wrenched itself loose from the bridge's steel framework. Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair, twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Okay, so I gotta worry about pipes. Possessed pipes. That's new. Somehow I'm like really distrusting of all this. Hopefully it's like me, future me, going back and like writing or placing these things in here. Ah! Booyah! I knew I shouldn't trust it, leading me into an ambush. Still probably worth the resources, but still.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Do 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 boo boo do. Kick the barrel.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Well, I guess that's
The opposite shore.
something, some
hoped I
joke
could find a
about
car from
pipes? I don't know. When the little thing said a metal pipe, I didn't think they meant that. You know, I think it was a regular pipe. Something a pipe wrench could go onto. Ben Me, hi, how's it going?
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
We all... No, we're not all good. Thankfully, you went off the death plane. How's the new place? It's looking good. I'm not there yet, because we don't have internet. But, I'm here at the old place, sleeping on the ground. So soon you hope? Yeah. I mean, I love the place. I wish 10 out of 10. I would have, if we could have gotten internet there prior to the furniture moving, I'd sleep on the ground over there. It's really nice. I can't wait. Honestly. I should be getting it about Tuesday, I believe, of next week. So, not too long. Not too long now.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the
Oh shit, that must be the kidnapper or whatever. Yep, next week. Not too long to wait. I mean, what? It's already Friday. So I got Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. But I don't have to sleep here Monday. Or Sunday. I'll be back in a real bed before I know it.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Ooh. Got a heavy-duty flashlight. Oh, coffee. Just what the doctor ordered. Alan Wake runs on coffee and fear, I suppose. Woo! Sons of bitches, goddamn. It's all wibbly. Did I drop down? I didn't. Damn. Oh good. Health regens over time. Gotcha, buckaroos. This is really well done. I mean, I know that's not surprising. The in light, you can hurt them. Yeah, we already know that. Oh, good. Ooh! We're gonna get another television broadcast? Show me the scary door.
We take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer.
Sorry, let me turn up. Oh shit, no, that is not what I wanted. Just gonna turn up a smidgen.
Desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs.
Might be good enough.
Tonight's episode, a family occasion. Journalist Alvin Derlett's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful.
Insular
Until tonight.
What does insular mean?
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Good morning. In the wake of starting this game yesterday, how are things? Things are going well. I feel like this is still a little low, so I'm gonna boop it up for you, y'all, because I'm reasonable.
Mr. Derleth, we don't want to feel like we're on exhibition, but you have demonstrated the seriousness of your intent.
Oh, I am serious. Really, just do your thing. I'll stay out of your way and observe.
Actually, I thought you could assist us. I'm afraid we are a man short. It would provide you with an intimate perspective.
Could I really?
Of course,
Oh my.
Mr. Derleth.
Well, I guess that's the least I... What would I have to do?
Oh, here. Let me show you with a kiss.
I think I've seen this movie before. Oh my. The cultists.
What did you...
Oh shit, he got drugged.
Oh, Mr. Derleth, you have well pleased Nixie Perka, the dweller in flesh. Your body shall host his 1,000 realms, and all shall be glory.
Oh god. Ew, ew, ew.
Darling.
Oh god.
Alvin Derleth learned a harsh lesson. If you go looking for mythology, it may come looking for you. And such quests always bear fruit.
I didn't know they had old gods.
In Night Spring.
His name had apostrophes in it, and he was the dweller of flesh. Totally old god. You know it, I know it, we all know it. Your Twitter was hacked. Oh my. Well, I hope, you can get that resolved. Ooh, manuscript.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Oh. Fun. Cold sounds. Manton, greetings. So I wonder if, like, ow! That's extra super wibbly. How's it, Dame? I'm doing well. Oh, that's right. I remember there being a thing about a bulldozer being alive. Oh, shit! And people! Oh, I was not expecting the people. I thought I was just gonna have to deal with the bulldozer. It can reverse! Damn it, who would have thunk? Okay. You died. You're right, I died. It was a bulldozer. Oh god. Damn it! No! No! Damn it, bulldozer! We're back. How's the day going so far? So far, so good. Except being mowed down by a bulldozer. I didn't know that was on my list of items for the morning. Game is currently dying. That is accurate. How are you doing, Biss? Woo! Oh, light me up. Oh. Chillin' in jammies? Hell yeah. Go away. Booyah! No more bulldozer. You're cracking up at this Alan Wake wham combo? Well, I'm glad you like it. I pride myself on, well, bad puns. Which are typically the best puns. Friday is whiskey day. Well, I don't have any liqueur. So, I've got a can of Red Bull. And beer. Cheers. Because I am both a bit tired and need some caffeine. And I want to drink. So. Huzzah. Okay. I wish I could have driven that bulldozer.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine.
Oh, that's right. I needed to have the manuscript. That's what we're doing.
The coal mine wasn't far now.
I should call and see how my editor's doing.
Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
What? Excuse me. Alan? What did you do with your weapons? I definitely had them.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world
Okay.
taken over by the Dark Presence was trying to destroy me.
Oh,
It
that's
all
right.
felt real.
We went
But
to
it
see
matched the
Rose and he was still
textbook case
asleep.
of insanity. Even during daytime, I was being stalked. The bridge must have collapsed only moments after I'd crossed it.
God, this is I'm probably bad at driving. Or this is just really not good. Handling wise. Could I get this car? This one seems better. Is that a chair? Is there a red armed chair in the middle of the woods? Uh-oh. Can anybody hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes. Yes to both. Stream was very laggy. Is it okay now? What's my upload? Downloads like 600. 590 or something. 1 sec. Uploads 580. Dongs, hi. Stand up so you can be sure of my internet. I'll just flail my arms around. Make me stand. What am I? But we got this, so I think it's fine. Fine now, at least. Pockets, good morning. If you're still having any instabilities, not like emotionally, but for my stream, just go ahead and do a refresh and hopefully it'll all be peachy keen. Yeah. Well, you guys might not have noticed, but I found a chair. Can we sit in the chair? Internet flex? Dude, it's gonna be so, gonna be so sad. It's gonna go away. I am getting, let's see. I think my up down should be 100 at the new place. Which is far less, but it's like the best I can get over there. But there's like Yeah, I know. Oh no. They do have, huh. I'm lagging. No, I can't get the same thing. Just testing something out. It's the car. Yeah. I think it, for some reason, going in a car.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big-shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here.
So, I guess I'm gonna, like, try
I
and
really should just
hoof
be
it
quiet, but
wherever the fuck I need to go.
I'm just so peeved. Because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges.
Does my CPU overload?
Just glad
I
that
mean,
Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last
I don't
night
know.
was
I guess
listening to
between recording, streaming, and playing the game,
I'm pretty
getting
sure
into a
you're
car
not
is
bad
too
guy
much,
here.
or
That's
there's some type of memory leak or something
what you're
weird going on with
On a lighter note, I'll be
doing
talking
that.
to Dr. Nelson all morning.
Still 1 FPS.
Little music.
I'm seeing it as being okay. Is it, do a quick restart? Oh. Yeah, okay. We'll restart the game, and I'll just go ahead and open up my task manager and just put this. Weird. Why doesn't this task manager go into a thing? Okay. I'm gonna stop recording. We'll find out what it is. Not a stream without technical difficulties. Right.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you music track last night, but I was detained. You see,
Okay, let's see what happens when I pop in here.
G-man with an itchy trigger finger. Lesson in manners and a boot in the ass.
No, it's not using any more of my CPU. I don't know why. It's the game isn't lagging for me. It's OBS somehow or another. Restart OBS. I am going to choose that as my last option. because as soon as I do an OBS restart, I lose everybody. And, well, no, y'all could, well, hopefully come back. But there's no guarantee. And I like y'all being here. Oh. Do this stupid thing. No, I mean, it shouldn't be my PC. My PC is pretty baller. See if this helps at all. It looks like it's fixed on my end. As far as I don't see FPS drop. How's it looking for y'all? Now. Or is there no difference? That seemed to work. Dope. I look great? Why, thank you. Okay. And it's still good. Looks it. To me, at least. Look fine now. Just drop down the resolution. Is there any difference in his magnificent face? Ah, that seems about right. It was a recording. I didn't stop the recording. But, I mean, I guess it could have been.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me, that's strange because
So it looks good? Awesome. Did I pay my $1,000 an hour streamer bill? What? No. The answer is no. If I have a bill like that, I'm never going to be able to pay it. It's going to be very unfortunate. I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh. Kicking a bucket.
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw.
Gross.
He had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
Lovely. You see, that's why Twitch is doing 50-50 now. What's their reasoning? How am I? I'm doing well. How about your blues? Bright coal, full 9. You saw a cat today. Well, that's nice. Was it a pretty kitty?
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
Ooh, thermos. Yeah, Manson, you can send me a link. I'm curious. Sarah in the radio
With the
station.
nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
Ooh. And you finished a bunch of stuff you were useful for a change? Hell yeah. Pretty kitty what? Where? In Serbia, wherever Blues is.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me.
Sorry, I'm curious. Do. Live video costs for 100 CCU streamer. I don't know what that means. Who streams 200 hours a month or more are more than $1,000. Wow. I mean,
The news Sun.
yeah, I whatever reason they want to say. I mean, even if I cost them more money than I make for them, like, I'm pretty sure they're still making plenty. But anywho.
Turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on.
Turned it to a sauna. I still
Scenarios
wore
ran through my
3
mind.
coats.
Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me.
He did
I
not
was
arrive at
running on
noon.
blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Aww.
Wait,
Where the hell are you?
change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big...
Hype trains are now boost trains? Boost trains? What's a boost train? Also, there's a weird... Oh, that's a cheer button.
can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around
You
by you.
want to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want
Crystal.
to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello! Ah! I'm gonna kill him.
I had to get to Mirror Peak. It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Oh. Good stuff. Good stuff. The stream under people's recommendations. So, okay. Sure, I suppose. Whatever. Good morning. This is the original. Not the remaster. I didn't mean to do that. Uh-oh. Wibbly wibblies are here. Thomas Zane in love with Barbara Jagger. Okay. This is the guy that used to have the house, and then this is the woman clad in
When
black.
Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for
Aww.
the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Ain't that sweet? Oh no. Ooh, yeah. Bad. Bad train. Flashbangs. Nice. Hello. very angry. Oh, come on. I was stuck between the two? No, all the way back here. Damn it. Ilias, hi hi. Oh, that was not great. Not my finest work. Oh, I should drop a flashbang in there. Yeah, didn't reload. Okay. Okay. Beautiful. Ish. No more flashbangs, which is unfortunate.
What the hell?
It's a shadow NATO? Spook NATO? Or NATO? Like horror? You're an uncle as of yesterday evening? Well, congrats!
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Gotcha. Jace, hi, how's it going? Where'd you go? Okay, just gonna go with a... Fuck this noise. Yeah. Let's see. Assassin, hi. What's up? Chat up to this Friday. Headaches mostly? Oh no. You're playing Elden Ring? Ooh, fun. I don't like the little tipping tapping I'm hearing. Well, I didn't know I had that equipped. Celso, hi. Just passing to say hello. Well, hi. Good luck on your novel. Starting a new job this week? Ooh, exciting. No more cleaning job for you? Well, congratulations. Ooh. It's another red chair. Follow. Is that about 200,000 words? You got like 20 chapters left? Well, congrats! Are you a novelist by trade? Yeah, 200K is a lot. And then you've got editing, rework, rewrite, edit, rework, rewrite, until you just feel like you have to put it out there, because otherwise you will never get it done. At least that is how my my spouse writes books, and so currently that's been him for a while. Wake touched by the dark
Some
presence.
of the
Oh,
taken
no.
retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the dark presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Gross. You write 200,000 words on Twitch. Little different. Ooh. Yeah, why does... I don't know why this weather nightbot thing is like, Serbia? Serbia's not a real place. Syria. Like, they're both... You started right 26 your ass. Yeah. Wrong country. Just doesn't like the B.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
I want to clear up all the little splooches. Okay. Bellingrad. $64 is a much more reasonable or much more accurate temperature for you. Let's go visit Blues. Yay! I'm down. As long as Blues can translate for me, because I know no other languages. Just a nice, simple little walk through the forest. Um... There's not much to see in the UK. I thought it was nice when I went. British women, though. It's not all about the ladies. It's about the sights. The buildings, the architecture, the museums. But, like, legit, that's where I like to go. I'm definitely the type of person who will want to go visit the big museums or whatever. Not get led around, but get one of those little audio guides and walk about. I like that.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Raymond Chandler. Who's Raymond Chandler?
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Let's see. Ranks, thank you very much for your follow and welcome. People from the US don't like to travel. People from the US, at least for me and most folks I know, can't afford to travel. Makes sense. Yeah. It's just one of those lovely things, you know? Like, I'd love to travel and go more places, but for like anywhere in the US, if it's far away from you, you have to determine whether or not you want to fly or drive. And if it's anywhere not in the, you can go to Canada or Mexico. Also, fly or drive's not that bad. But if you want to go anywhere in Europe, it is a hefty flight, you know? And that's on top of any accommodations. And I suppose if you're on the West Coast, you maybe can go over to Asia for not that much. But I am East Coast. Not coastal coast, but you get what I mean. You hear like 1/3 of Americans have a valid passport. Besides my family, I'm the only person I know in my friend group that has a passport. So, like, in my entire D&D group, it's like 5 or so folk, besides me. I'm the only one with a passport. Should have visited Serbia in the 90s. Would be goddess. If I visited Serbia in the 90s, I would be 6.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Oh, nice. You spent the majority of your life not having a passport? Probably don't need a lot. You always wanted to visit Russia? Now not so sure. I don't think now's the best time.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Milan, thank you very much for your follow and welcome. How are you doing today? That's not. Okay. If you aren't lucky enough to be wealthy, know someone who is. Yeah, I agree with that. You know, just gotta get there. wanted to visit Egypt. But it's a lot of tensions over that way. So it's gonna not probably ever. I'd love to take a long time just to like boop about Europe or whatever. But again, I don't have the funds for that. Would be neat though. Games are actually affecting countries. I mean, it makes sense to me.
Was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Depending on what you mean by affecting.
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Ow. Afghanistan and India banned PUBG Mobile. I mean, a lot of countries ban a game for games for things. That's fun. Dear Lord. But, for using up the country's bandwidth is a really bad sign.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Ow! That was right on my noggin. Wake and Casey.
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
Well. Yeah. Great Peak Gorge. Is it coffee? No. Hello? Is it a ghost train? Protect me, beam. One second. Oh, when did that happen? Hello? Oh, y'all hadn't been able to hear anything. Sorry. Yeah, I was muted. Sorry. I thought I unmuted myself, but instead I muted the audio for the desktop. Long story short, my mom didn't mean to call me, and she didn't know I was listening. As her and my dad talked about me, which is always fun. So I just texted her because I can't let well enough be alone. I did a car swap, and it's got a bad tire, the one I gave them, but they're not needing it, like, to use it for driving, and they're capable of filling up a tire. But there's like, she's been saying she's been gonna fix that tire for blah blah blah. Well, you know her. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, I know me. Y'all know me. I'm sure y'all didn't mean for me to hear your conversation, though. Anywho. Just my parents talking shit about me. The huge. I'm sure. Anywho. How are y'all doing? It's gonna crumble? Surprisingly not. Well, there you go. I'm gonna have to fight a ghost train. I knew it.
Anything outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things
God,
from
I'm
a magic
terrifying.
lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above, where some Lovecraftian presence lurks. I crawl back upstairs. I'll borrow these things for my story. They ring true. They fit.
Uh-oh. That's why we got all these Lovecraftian bullshits. Because I read it in a book and I wanted to put it in my book. Damn it. It's better to have the hunting rifle than the shotgun. Because I have way more ammo for one. That sounds like a good sign. That seems good, right? It definitely seems good. I love this kidnapper's like, hey, go meet me at this place. Like I'm a local or something, you know?
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
I'm working on it. I feel like there's breathing, you know, like really low breathing going on in this. I mean, I guess maybe it's Alan. I don't know.
Birds.
Gonna get closer? Okay. Bird combat is super riveting. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing other things, but this seems, you know, safe. Alright. Good. Fuck you, birds. Fuck. Okay. Birds. Birds. Excuse me. Okay. They're probably not coming down here. Sin! Hi, how's it going? Sure, one of my lovely moms will do this shout out. They're always so good about it. Gross, damp, wet cave. channel. Tunnels go to Cauldron Lake. Yeah? Baby? Honey bunches of oats?
Without warning, the headache stabbed.
Shadows move. The dark grows stronger.
It's a West Coast kind of day. I don't know what does that mean? Hope you're kicking butt. Hell yeah. Kicking butt and trying to find my wife.
Alice?
Alice. Look, honey, I'm super sorry. Ooh, Paige.
I gotta get out of here. The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and at home with
Thick-set
guns.
men.
They were feeling good, running on beer and ghost stories and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good, as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
You know, just big, thick-set men hanging around, drinking beer, telling ghost stories, enjoying camaraderie. Love it. You don't know either? Maybe a chill kind of day? I'm down. I agree with the chill. I suppose I'm not supposed to dunk myself in that water. If I was, I'm sure Allie Bobally over here would have monologued something. I don't know. There's gonna be like 3 living minecarts or some shit. How's Evil Dead shaping up? Is it still good? Got players and whatnot? And Reaper, I don't know if I said hello, but hi.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Okay, Mr. Nightingale. Here's Johnny. Let's see. This game it still has a lot of problems, but they fixed quite a few, so you're having fun again. Well, hell yeah. Well, say with a game that has an uneven team thing, I don't remember what it's called. An uneven versus mode or whatnot. There's gonna need to be a lot of balancing. Not to mention balancing for skill levels and whatnot.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Doing dishes at the moment. Belva Giovanni, thank you very much for 666 bits. I really do appreciate them. Whew. My own scream. Very terrifying. What the fuck is that? It's scary! You know, when you're not expecting a random scream. Which I guess is the entire point. No! No! Oh, good, only a smidgen. My, can of Red Bull just spilled over. One sec. I'll be right back. Didn't have napkins in here. It's a sign. Should only be having one drink at a time, probably. Like one beverage. But I needed caffeine. Is the right way? That's probably the right way. Come on, do your stairs. Ooh. Pretty. Tor hits Nurse Sinclair.
Flash behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Oh no. Drink coffee, easy. Even if I wanted to drink coffee, literally don't have coffee nor the coffee maker. That was taken to the other house for the person who drinks coffee. But I don't like coffee. I guess I like iced coffee. But it's a little different. Mostly because, well, I don't know how to make it. It's more effort and whatnot than I think I'd care to.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
Birds! Uh-oh. Nailed it. Make a fire? The heating apparatus is not a problem. I could probably boil water, but I don't have coffee. Like, literally the most important part of the making of coffee is, I mean, coffee. Right?
Shit.
This person made a fire. Nice. I like that. Shelvin, hi. How's it going? Ooh, Cauldron Lake. So, where's my cabin? Yeah, I guess the lake's probably larger than I... You just never managed to catch my morning streams? Well, it is an odd time. Suppose that's one reason why I frequently have a lot of folks view from Europe, because my time is very reasonable. Guess anyone who wants to mention, what time is it for you? It's 10 a.m. for me. I'm just curious. Just kind of curious. Someone would stop shallow breathing into my ear in this damn game. 4 p.m. After last night when I woke up at like 9 p.m. when I accidentally fell asleep and I thought it was like 9 a.m., I really should start using military time. Or rather, how most of the world sees it, I guess, is just time. I don't know. What's more common?
All of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn. But there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Oh, Mott is the kidnapper. lot of good verticality to this level. Damn. 9 a.m. where you are? Tom. CW and TZ. Miss you, Tom. You talk to me on TV. Tom. I miss you. Did you write this? Tom. I curse you, Thomas Dane. Tom. Tom. I miss you, Tom. CW. The chick he got with was not CW. Uh-oh. Things that go bump in the night are bumping in the night. Tee-hee. Reminds me of a Souls level. Oh, this is definitely gonna fall. Damn it. Got him! That wasn't so bad. No! The real trouble. Having to jump across a small gap. Biggest boss in the game. Nailed it. I need my thermos of coffee! Coffee! Do 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 boop 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 boop.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat.
Oh shit, I still haven't gone to that guy's creepy ass sanitarium.
I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Wake wakes up in the lodge.
I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled.
They were jealous of what?
It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
What? What is this shit? Nope.
Are you? Wait. Hey, I'm here! I'm coming! No! Get away! Sorry. Please, it's late. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make him play ball. You see? To get him writing for us. Please. Please. Oh. I'm sorry.
What? What were all... You never had my wife. You bastard. Oh, fuck. No, my good flashlight. Hot damn. Am I now gonna wake up in the lodge? Okay, so that was Alan Wake Ep 3? Dear Lord. The story of this is really cool. I mean, what's there to be? The flashlight was the most upsetting part. It was a very good flashlight. I
did a jig with a drunk midwife. Who's that yonder hole in flames?
What is this? What is this? What song is this?
Jumped the devil and he staked his claim.
This is Nick Cave. I like it. It kind of reminded me of
on Alan Wake.
Shush.
Alan.
So there's a band called Murder by Death. I know the name, but they have an album called what is it called? It's a long title. Who's Gone and What's Left of Them, I think? No. Let's see. Murder by Death. Ba 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 ba. Who will survive and what will be left of them? And it's it kind of reminds me of that. So if you're not familiar, I recommend that album, basically the entirety of it. It's very good. So gives me the same vibes. I like them. Am I excited about the upcoming Borderlands game? Yes, the new Tales game. I haven't seen anything about it because I don't do that, but I'm excited. I liked the first Tales game, so here's to it. I hope it's not in like 5 like installments like the traditional Tales were, but
Shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice. There you go, Alan. Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
for a while. But I broke your nose.
Death triggered a mental illness.
No, you lying.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
That's like PJ Harvey. I'll write it down.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus. The door was locked. I was a prisoner here.
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
Yeah.
Yes.
I see you brought your pet gorilla with you. So sure, I'm calm. I get the message. Loud and clear.
Quite right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good. This corridor is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course.
Night Spring. Oh, look, this guy's got a little Xbox. There's an Xbox game of Night Springs. Oh, and this is probably a layout design of this game.
I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge. I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together. This way, Alan.
It's pretty. Good thing it's another bright day. Oh, your monkey's not here?
Now,
Oh, I'm gonna strangle you to
past
death.
experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So I'm just going to say this. Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable state until you understand and accept this. Alice
White is
drowned,
also similar
and
something.
you
Okay.
couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you.
That is happening.
We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
It's all in your head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind?
No.
You're a skeptic by nature, Alan. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically.
Everything except demons that are possessing things in shadows. Why there's so many locked doors, man? Beyond the shadow you settle for, there's a miracle illuminated.
I never get tired of this view. Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron?
Yeah, very inspiring. Did you not think about the fact that you think my wife died in a drowning incident? Maybe this is a little tone deaf of you.
Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake.
The lake where she drowned?
Where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't want to admit that you're not well?
Oh, you
it's very
shush.
natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him talk.
After all,
Hartman
I'm the one
obviously
trying
loved
to
his
bring
own
you out
voice.
of the world
His
you've
words echoed
constructed
madly
yourself.
inside my head.
But I can't
I dug
do
my
it
nails
by
into the
myself.
palms of my hands to stay
You
focused.
need to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery.
Alan,
Come
take
along.
his keys
Let's
and
go.
throw his body over the side.
Here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only.
Scary, scary, scary.
Emerson.
I nurse Ratchet.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so you won't be scared. But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay. Sorry. Boo.
That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video
Elbow strike.
games.
Ooh,
It's
yeah.
trash, of course, but it does involve
Get
some
him to the head.
small, which makes him receptive
Making video
to my
games is
therapeutic
trash.
methods.
No kidding.
Okay, so you're the painter.
Oh, hello. I've painted you.
Okay.
I was just struck by inspiration a couple of days ago. Dr. Hartman wanted me to paint landscapes, and that's what I was doing. But now I've been doing these things, a lot of them. The images just keep coming. Dr. Hartman likes them. He has them in his office.
Yeah?
He's very proud of me.
Oh, wow.
He says I'm getting much better. I think I'm getting better.
Neither of us are getting better. No one in this situation.
Well, I guess I'd better start wrapping this up. The storm. Look at that. I'd hate to be out there tonight.
Well, I am. 10 out of 10 gonna be out there kicking it tonight.
Alan, this way. Now, you might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
Ooh. Oh. QR code. I like how crisp the QR code. You're not gonna play Batman Origins? I already did. I played Batman Origins.
Hartman had mentioned that the power had been acting up. Maybe that was the reason for the generator and the work light on the balcony. The generator hadn't been activated, and there was no key.
I played it. I played the entire franchise in release order. So I did Asylum, City, Origins, then Night. Really? You just have a stuffed owl? Lord.
My rheumatism's killing me. There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
I hope it wipes this place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Tor. They had how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark.
Very cool mark.
Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
No, I don't think. I don't think me trying to write is for the best at all.
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer.
Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny. Yeah. Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
I mean, these guys are making sense.
In a while.
Yeah.
Say, you're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm.
The Anderson farm. Valhalla!
We wrote it all down, lest we'd forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message.
Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
Ooh, Paige. Thomas Zane's writing an assistant.
Zane could feel the poems, taking form, shaping things. As he experimented, he imagined he could almost feel the power surging through the keys of the typewriter. It exhilarated him. But there was fear, too. If not for his young assistant, Emil, he would have given it up. But Emil convinced him otherwise. He, too, had a way with words.
Thanks, Emil. Peyote is a hell of a drug.
My head was clearing up. Or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Tom, got any booze on you?
Yeah, no.
We
Sorry,
have a
guys.
stash of the special stuff at the farm. Our own formula. Local ingredients. Medicine clears your head right up.
Oh,
Makes
yeah.
you remember like moonbeams on the brain.
Oh, I just
Good.
noticed. Leather patches on the elbows? That's not very rock and roll.
They're true.
Tom just lost is all. Baba Yaga got to him too, the damn witch.
Oh, that's
She
the
used
chick
us
that's in all black.
Taken from all of us. Took my thunder, the witch.
And my ravens, what were they? Memory and thought, the hag.
She took something from you too, didn't she? That's what she does.
My wife.
We're better off. This place, the lake, it gives you power. If you're a creator, an artist, a god.
Nightmare shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake.
I like them. They're cool.
Bad dream, and you can't wake up. You can't hurt a nightmare because all dreams are only imagination.
You know who, Jumpy. You know how they get.
Gotcha. The doc's got me looking after Wake here, but holler if they get too rowdy.
I'll do that, Birch.
Hey, Wake, why don't you humor Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? Typewriter's in your room. You can get to your room by those stairs, Wake.
Poor lady, she's gonna get her head bashed in.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think that there's a shadow inside my head. I can only focus on writing. Everything else is a blur. I'm trapped in this cabin. Have been for days, but it's always dark outside. My editor is real. I saw her again. She's not human. It's not human. A dark presence is wearing the old woman's face. She was covered in clinging shadows. There's a hole in her chest where her heart should be. I think I've made a horrible mistake. I
Ooh.
don't think I'm any closer to saving Alice. It's been lying to me, using me to get the story it wants, and the story will come true.
Well, that makes sense. I don't know where that is. Someplace with circular windows. Okay, let's just get to
The white
writing.
glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Everybody calm down. Put that down. Bert, I need help.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
Oh. There is no cool.
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Here's a friendly poke from me old near witch.
Oh, afraid of the crazy brothers, are ya? Not so weak now.
Barry in the lodge.
Talking, giving Barry the grand tour, clearly proud of the place. He went on and on about his hunting trophies, and Barry was impressed. But he was here on business. He raised his voice, cut through the monologue. Hey, Hartman, where's Al? Hartman stopped in mid-sentence, annoyed at the interruption. He nodded at the hulking orderly standing nearby. The man smiled and clapped a practiced hand on Barry's shoulder.
Uh-oh.
Are we? Well, things are unraveling fast, aren't they?
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. And if she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I could get the key and the office from Sinclair. I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages. That's where he'd been keeping them.
Okay. Does this key go to anything else? I'm just curious. Oh. Let's just go with a no. Maybe I'll find a skeleton key or something.
He's got a great sense of humor. Just ask Sinclair.
Yeah, this is
Markings on the tape
normal.
said they were recordings Hartman had made at the sessions with his patients. I saw Alice's name on one of them. For a moment, I couldn't breathe right.
Mott fails Hartman.
Wasn't happy.
Oh!
Mott could see it in his eyes. He quickly lowered his own.
He was the
He
boss?
made a mess of it, and he knew it. The shame of failure was hard to bear. He hadn't expected Wake to say he needed more time, and he blurted out 2 days, less than Wake had asked for, to show him who was in charge. But that wasn't part of Hartman's plan.
McSandy, hi. Bye.
Now, Mrs. Wake, can you tell me about Alan's problems?
He's more and more out of control all the time. The parties, he's so angry all the time. He's getting violent.
Do you mean with you?
No, not with me. No, never. Sometimes I almost wish Alan would take a swing at me, because at least that'd lead to a conversation he couldn't just march out of. But no. Alan doesn't really sleep. And the work, well, he's not writing at all. He sits there for hours and just gets more and more frustrated. And I can't talk to him.
Yes. Tell me, Mrs. Wake. What would you say to him if he'd listen?
I don't know. I want to say, I look at you, and it's not you. Just some stranger who resembles you. Looking out from behind your eyes. And I don't like that guy much. And now it's all gonna go to hell.
But you don't ever say this.
No. I've tried, but he's not listening. He's too deep in his own problems. Always going on about something else.
I don't know, we seem pretty fucking happy.
Lose him, and we're not even talking anymore. He doesn't let me in anymore. He just keeps me in the dark. I'm so alone here, even when he's home. Please help me,
Aw,
Doctor.
poor desperate wifey.
Well, if you can just get him here, I'll absolutely do my very best.
Yeah, but Doctor, you need to be careful with him. He's not just going to listen to you and cooperate. He's the most stubborn man I've ever met.
Well, I'll be sure to bear that in mind.
Hearing her voice, what she was saying made me happy and sick and guilty all at once. Worst of all, I recognized the words. The phone call from her. It had been a cut-up of this. Just a recording.
Oh.
Let me out of here! Hartman, do you hear me? I'm gonna do your crazy quack ass to shreds! Seriously,
Barry?
do you have any idea how much trouble you're in? I am famous. I represent a celebrity. They'll be looking
Barry?
for me.
Ow! About time! Barry, man, am I glad to see you.
We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this.
Yeah,
I
it does seem
demanded to be
victim-y.
treated as such, or else I'd sue their asses. Speaking of asses, that Fed gave me a real hard time. I had no
Aw.
clue where you were. That guy's crazy, Al. But he let me go, and then I get a call from Hartman, that son of a bitch, who tells me you're here, and I should come pick you up, but when I got here, 2 goons clobbered me and stuck me in there.
What?
What's with the cutout?
I stole it from the diner to piss off Rose after what she did to us. That'll teach her.
Yeah.
That's a harsh punishment. Come on, pal, we gotta get going.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. Oh no. I can't move. I pressed the E button, but Barry's in my way. Restart checkpoint.
But it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Oh, really?
Oh, afraid of the crazy brothers, are ya? Not so
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. If she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages. That's where he'd been keeping them. The markings on the tape said they were recordings Hartman had made at the sessions with his patients. I saw Alice's name on one of them. For a moment, I couldn't believe right.
Hartman, do you hear me? I'm gonna sue your crazy quack ass to shreds!
Barry?
Ow! About time!
Barry! Man, am I glad to see you. We need to get to Hartman's office.
Got there.
These were all
Hi.
the pages I had.
Remastered? No, this is the original.
And more.
Alan, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea...
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Bandy, thank you very much for your follow. Oh, I lost him in there.
On me in a moment. I had to find a way out.
Okay.
Hartman followed the fall of Alan Wake with his binoculars. When the rider hit the water, he ordered Jack to take the boat to him. The spot was easy to see in the dark, even with all the extra lights in the boat. The flare floated and kept burning, even in the water. Jack turned the radio louder as the engine sputtered. The music was rough and clanking, something the Anderson brothers would no doubt have enjoyed. But Hartman chose to ignore it. Wake was finally within his reach.
Okay.
Light to get the possessed bookshelves out of my way.
Ow. 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 Let there be light. Damn you inanimate objects! Mission?
Was no creator. He had no ambitions on that front. And he certainly didn't want to end up like every artist he had worked with here. Damaged in ways that were hard to describe, or worse. It was enough for Hartman to maintain creative control and provide direction. To be a producer. That was what most of these people were in need of anyway. Of course, suitable subjects were few and far in between.
Oh my. Ben, hi, how's it going? Come on, buddy. God, I hope he got a car. I don't know. Ah, fuck.
I'm here.
Is there a big difference between remastered or not? Or is it just like people are like, man, this doesn't look very good. Is this the remastered one? Oh, Lord.
Al, I'm over here. I found
Bear.
the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al.
Thanks.
Oh, God! Look at the house, Al! Look out!
Yeah, let's get out of here. I know I wanna. Oh good, I found more bullets. Ooh. Don't trust Emil. Spoopy house. Let's see. You haven't watched a playthrough of the remastered? I think a lot of people who go to try and find the game to play it for the first time, like me, open up Steam, type it in, click on the thing. If I had seen the remastered version, I probably would have picked it up. But it's apparently an Epic exclusive, so I didn't look at it.
I stared at the Viking paraphernalia that littered the area, surrounding an unlikely centerpiece. A full-size stage complete with an impressive sound system with all the trimmings, including a dragon.
A
It took a special
dragon?
kind of crazy to build something like this in a remote field. When the sky split open with a deafening boom and the music started blasting, it felt strangely appropriate.
Okay.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
Let's see. Lost for words. Thanks for your follow and welcome. Ooh, page. Oh, I'm sure the remaster is mostly visual aesthetic, and then you also get whatever the extras were included.
Hartman hurried down the corridor. He had disliked leaving Wake when he was surely at his most susceptible to therapy. But this was not an ordinary storm. Wake had been writing, and he had woken something up in the depths of the lake. Now, it was coming for him. Hartman had naturally prepared for a situation like this. The idiot brothers would keep Wake distracted while Hartman double-checked everything, just to be sure.
Well, he didn't double check everything well enough.
We don't want any fighting. It makes me...
I need ammo. Glorious.
You get 2 pills in the morning, and then you'll be nice and calm all day long.
Hey, buddy. Hi, what's up? How's the Alan, Wake to Wakey's going? Going well. Oh, my back. Ugh. Starting to think sleeping on the floor constantly is not the best for me. Ugh. Got him. You don't think the remaster did anything aside from upscaling the resolution and bundle the 2 bonus episodes? There you go. Blues, you hate The Shining. Why? Is it the creepy twins or the fact that it doesn't have cats? It's a bad adaptation? Oh. Ooh, shotgun. So is the floor making your back stronger? Probably?
Mott knew that Wake was smarter than him. Wake had more money, a beautiful wife, everything. And Hartman said Wake was important. That made him better than Mott. But Mott was calling the shots now. He'd expected Wake to whimper and grovel, but instead, he seemed willing to fight. Mott knew he'd gotten under Wake's skin. If only Mott actually had his wife. The thought made him shiver.
God, why? Okay. Oh God. Hey! Doesn't it feel better walking with the controller so smooth? No. No, don't feel good. feels terrible, and you should feel bad. Emo made Tom do it. Whew. It wasn't you, it was your brother? Oh. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. In that case, your brother sucks. Like, who would believe that? I didn't. Do you like me? Ha! I didn't send that. That was my brother. Kids, am I right?
Hartman watched as Wake's features slackened. The man was bullheaded, no doubt. Even lying on the bed, he'd almost broken Hartman's nose the second time. But with the right time, he could break Wake down, give him proper direction. Wake was easily the most promising subject he'd had. Well, since Tom, really. Sleep well, Alan, Hartman whispered with a smile. Let me take care of you. He sniffed hard to clear his throbbing nose, swallowed blood, and barely tasted it.
Gross. That joke. Have you heard about the band 1023 Megabit? They haven't got a gig yet. Womp womp womp. Oh. Barry.
Al! You're alive! Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry.
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so, Barry! I'll find it, don't worry about it!
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! I'm on it!
Oh shit. Ow! Have we run out of batteries yet? I have not. Okay. Controller time is done. Managed to do pretty well with batteries.
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! I'm on it! Gotta be here!
Ah! No, right at the end. Damn it. Woo!
Al, please tell me we're headed for the nearest "You're now leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon" sign.
We're going to
He
the
kept the
Anderson
fucking.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
At least Barry can corroborate her story. Whew.
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest.
But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, but she's not dead.
Al, how can you know that?
I can feel
Barry.
it.
Al,
No, listen, I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before, it happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you.
The Andersons
Yeah, Barry.
knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. We just need to find it.
Look out!
Aww. Barry even did the arm to try and help. Reminds you of the film The Mouth of Madness. Never seen it.
Damn it, Al, talk to me!
Does it have to do with gibberingness and old gods? Old gods love to make people gibber.
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Barry! Barry!
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way. Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Forget that! Are you okay?
I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall. Ah,
Oh, I know who Barry reminds me of. Barry reminds me of the Borderlands 3, DeLeon. Typhon DeLeon. It's probably just the accent, but that's who he reminds me of.
Something moving down here!
Barry, it's a taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Oh, yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al! I'm great! Guess you never messed with anyone from New York City before, huh? You're gonna have to find your way around to the farm, Al! I'll be waiting!
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al, I'm not staying here. It's suicide. I'm going to the farm. I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now
Okay.
Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry.
Well, you know, I'm doing what I can. Ow! God damn it, furniture. Walter at the Anderson
When he
farm.
stopped
Who's
the car
Walter?
at the Anderson farm, Walter felt relieved. Oblivion was close at hand. The brothers wouldn't miss a jar of moonshine or two in the booby hatch. But then he saw the man on the porch, and he knew who it was. Driving for his life and knowing it was useless, he didn't realize he was crying until he couldn't see the road for the tears.
Oh shit. Well, Walter apparently should not have gone out to the Andersons. Bam! Dodged right into it. Ow! Woo!
Shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through.
Ooh. Manuscript page. Nightingale arrests
Agent
Wick.
Nightingale stared at the passed out rider. The man was sleeping off one hell of a night. Nightingale felt a stab of envy at Wake's oblivion, but he had a job to do. He put the gun to Wake's head and almost became a murderer. His hand shook and his throat felt tight and dry. Biting his teeth, he tried again to pull the trigger. He lost the nerve. Wake stirred. Nightingale would have to settle for an arrest.
Oh, good. He nearly murdered me in my sleep. Or he will nearly murder me in my sleep. That's exciting. Get to the farm? Is that the special farm where Martha and Thomas Wayne live? No. Oh, I had to. Let's do it again. This is where Odin and Thor, the Rockers, lived.
The contract is struck.
Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Belle Giovanni, thank you very much for your 8-month resub. I really appreciate it. Resub. Hype. Trust no one in the dark. Excuse me. Pardon me. Ow!
Shadows move. The dark grows stronger.
Starscream, thank you very much for your follow and welcome. Hope you're doing fabulous.
A car was driving away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking.
It was not. Ooh, yeah, heavy duty. Flashlight. And a coffee thermos. Oh, you know how much I need coffee right now. Desperately.
The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
If it wasn't, I would steal their car.
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light before. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path.
Huh. The dark presence at large.
The dark presence followed the choreography laid out to it in the manuscript, growing stronger and stronger, moving like a storm from one scene of destruction to the next. But it was still bound to follow the story and chained to the dark place it came from. When the story reached the end it longed for, it would finally be free.
They said because of primers and ads, streamers are making 3 times more than 5 years ago. Well, that's nice. And another reason to cut into things people are making. It's fine. You know? Place feels real heavy with the bad fog stuff.
The storm raged on as the Anderson brothers walked unsteadily away from the clinic with the other patients in tow, knowing that this time they wouldn't return. The darkness around them seethed with horrors, but Tor and Odin were unafraid. Their eyes glinted with guile. They knew every secret path, and there was blood on their hands. They had fought these shades before.
Dude! Hell yeah!
Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm.
The Taken are filled with darkness. I just wanted a thermos. I just wanted some coffee. Glinting with guile. There's nothing wrong with eyes glinting with guile. Especially if you're Guile from Street Fighter. Ow! Okay. God. They have enough of these baddies? I swear. Managed to save on 3 shots. Oh! Fuck you guys. Whew.
I could see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Well, let's just...
Hello? Anybody here?
scurry.
Barry! No! Danny, you're not! Ah! Please! Ah! What are you? What are you? Ah! No! Don't! I'm sorry! Ah! Ah!
Man. Sounds like they're having a hell of a time. Hello? Danny boy?
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know?
Oh.
It makes you see. You're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. My buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. The best friends, suddenly the bad guy.
I've run through every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive. Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's for.
Well, you just gotta add in, what's it? A MacGuffin?
It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in front of me to keep me going. It was never going to release her. I'm going to change this. I'll escape.
No?
I've written myself into the story. I'm now the protagonist. This feels like a terrible risk, but it's the only way to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way. Near escapes. Cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who'll help me. I'll make it happen.
Is Zane alive? I remember, I think it's been a while since... Oh, he dead. Sorry, Danny.
Danny, huh?
Dear Lord. Hello, this is Amazon. We have order for Amazon or for iPhone 14 Pro of $999. There's been an issue. Please contact us. Yes, I frequently get calls from Amazon about orders. Yes, that's how Amazon contacts me. Phone calls.
The front door was locked. The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast.
Oh.
For a moment, Hartman considered strangling the idiot. Mott was mean-spirited, but easily manipulated. An emotional infant who lived for his approval. Wake, by contrast, was a far more difficult subject. Mott had given him too much leash. In 2 days, who knew what could happen? Hartman would have to find a way to rein him in, and quickly.
I'm to drive the car?
If Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting him. After all, I'd made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry.
Ooh, coffee. Just reported the scam. It's an unknown number. I don't even have a phone number to block. At the most, the transport company might call you if they're at the door and you're not opening up. Ha! Quick question. Does anyone actually get UPS, USPS? Actually, USPS does knock on my door if they have a package. But UPS and FedEx do not knock on my door at all. No door knocks, no doorbell ringings, nothing. They just plonk the package and leave. Does anyone actually get UPS and FedEx to like knock on your door? In Portugal. Ah! Not Amazon? I mean, for me, there's not like Amazon specific shipping. It's just UPS typically. No calls, no knocks. I saw someone with a package, or I saw someone, I handed them one. They were close enough. What happens if it gets stolen? I don't know. I've never had a porch pirate grab my stuff.
Well, as I'm sure everyone's noticed, that storm we all felt coming is finally here. The boys at the Weather Service reckon it'll last until morning at the very least. Pertaining to that, let me read that missing persons alert again. The Sheriff's Department's still looking for a Caucasian woman, 30 years old, slim and blonde with blue eyes. She may be lost in the woods, and it's possible she's been injured in a car accident. If you see her, please make sure you get her indoors and call the sheriff. It's bad weather to be caught out in, so if you see someone in the area who maybe looks a little confused, give them a hand, all right? This is Pat Bain on KBF FM, hoping you're all safe.
That's very nice. Let's see. Because they're just going to show a photo of proof for delivery. Yeah. What if the delivery person drops the and photographs and steals it? Oh, it's happened. That's why a lot of people have, or it's not the reason why, but a lot of people have, like, you know, front doorbell camera footage of the delivery driver plonking it down, taking a picture, and then picking it back up and taking it away. But I'm thankfully in an area where it doesn't happen. I don't know about my new place, but yep. Fortunately, beating the hell out of this truck for no reason. Coffee! Okay, before my car gives out on me, I'm gonna go swap it out for that other one. This baby's got power. Okay, so that's where it came from. Turn around here. Okay, that's where the other stuff to go. Okay. Amazon does tracking pretty well. Yeah, those types of things happen. I mean, you hear about it like all the time. Got him. I don't know how the refund process goes if something like that happens, but hopefully they're good about it. Okay. Amazon's kind of a sucky company, how they treat their employees, but very client focused, yeah. That's a fair assessment for as far as I know. Yeah, it'd be nice if companies, big and small, treated employees like, I don't know, people that they liked.
I'd known the brothers used to be some kind of rock stars, but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Ow! Run! Incoming! There's too many of them!
God damn!
Hell yeah!
I'm so glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Johnson.
Shut up and shoot! Ow! We have to fight them off! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Al! You notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? The place is stopped! Al, hold on! I'm trying to get the stage lights on!
Thanks, Barry!
Oh, damn it! Goddamn turn-of-the-century wiring! Hang on, Al! I'll get them working again, I promise! Why do you keep doing this to me? Do it for Barry, please, please, please!
Ow.
Back in the game, yes!
Children of the Elder Gods? Very neat.
That was awesome! Bright Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm!
Ooh. That a fancy page? That it is. Mulligan's question.
Deputy Mulligan tuned Thornton's chatter out. He didn't think writers were particularly useful people, and a huge manhunt for one stuck him as idiotic. Certainly not worth the missed opportunity for coffee and pie. It wasn't even clear what the man had done, except run from them at the trailer park. Mulligan knew he wasn't alone. The sheriff's patience with the Fed was running out.
As it should. There's like no charges for me, man. Hey, there's me.
See, bestseller, no reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time.
I love that cardboard cutout.
Hey, I think Alan Wake here has something to say. What's that, Al?
I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I need my best friend Barry to carry me. But that's okay. I can just take him for granted.
I think I see what you did there.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
You want me to do my imitation of Barry Wheeler? No? Thought so.
Open sesame.
You look at that thing, Al. They really went all out with this fight Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff. They must have done okay for themselves, so how come I never heard of these guys before?
And this from the guy who learned about Ozzy Osbourne through reality TV?
Sleep. We all spend a third of our dreams in its soft embrace, somewhere between fantasy and
Hey, remember when I got you that gig? Your first real writing job. What got you started? Was this one of your episodes?
In Night Springs.
Night Springs?
Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr. Jones as he explores the endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation. A long line of people.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until His Highness over there is good and ready. Oh, wow. Who's that? You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us. He dreams everything. All of this.
But wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. I'm asleep. Isn't this my dream?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Get real, pal. You're just another dream. I'm a dream. You're a dream. The weirdo in the diving suit is a dream. And the girl made of smiles and sunshine is definitely a dream.
But I'm pretty sure I'm dreaming this.
But maybe you're a really confused dream. What am I, a shrink? All I know is I'm going with the smart guys. And they say that's the guy doing the dreaming. Right there.
I don't know what that means.
It means we keep him happy. No sudden falls. We make sure he has his clothes on when he goes out in public. No chases where the monster is nipping at his heels and he runs like crazy, but his legs don't seem to get him anywhere. None of that. Because if he wakes up in a cold sweat...
Oh.
Yeah, precisely. So we wait till he wants to move on. Keep things nice and calm.
Hey, something's happening here.
Yeah? What's that?
What? Can't you hear that?
Oh, God help us, it's an alarm clock. Oh, it's you, isn't it? Please, man, I got a wife and kids. Please don't wake.
Okay. Well, that was an interesting Night Springs episode. You know I've got a wife to save and all that, but there's time for those episodes, right? Just don't tell my wife. Barry. Looking at you. Upstairs. Anderson Brothers in the 70s.
It's 1976. Madness reigns at the Anderson farm. Contrary to all logic, the headiest ingredient of their moonshine is unfiltered water from Cauldron Lake. The Andersons feel like gods. Odin can't stop laughing. He contemplates cutting his eye out. Tor runs across the field, naked, shrieking, hammer in his hand, trying to catch lightning. Their songs have power. Something ancient is stirring in the depths, coming back.
Oh, man.
The Viking boat looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
Okay, well, I guess I just gotta turn on this thing. Ragnarok tour. Hell yeah. You'd rather be Amazon cult and you'd rather be employed by Elon? I mean, I would say... I mean, I'm kind of currently employed by Amazon. You know? So I would say something, but maybe if he puts together some type of streaming platform, I'll give it a go. Probably not, though. I don't like change. Dope. I don't follow their leadership principles. No. You're a company that pays me money to do this. I'm just happy about that. I don't need to know any other. More of a contractor? That's true. What's the difference between ignorance and apathy? I don't know and I don't care. That one's pretty good. Alright. Why does all this scary shit happen to me? It's because I'm the main character. It's because I'm the main character, ain't it? Ooh, is there still?
Wow! Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single.
Release a new single? Barry, no one wants to hear you sing.
Keep your eyes open, okay?
Yoink. And Lurk making pasta. Enjoy the Lurk. I wish I had pasta. I do not have pasta. It's very sad. It's always a sad day when... Actually, I do technically have pasta. I just don't have it where I can eat it right now. And it's just cheap cups of noodles.
As you regular listeners know, I tend to work through the night, but I'm not the only one. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton are taking a couple of moments off their busy schedule to join me here in the studio. Boys, how busy are you now? Deerfest is almost here, isn't it? I bet that keeps you in business.
Pretty busy, yeah. Actually, Pat, we've been real busy with other stuff, which concerns an ongoing investigation. We can't talk about that, Thornton.
Damn, Thornton. So dumb.
I was just saying we got, you know, other irons to fry.
And how would you compare your workload to last year's? Things have seemed
Can't wait for cooking streams in the new kitchen. Is that really a kitchen that can, like, is conducive to it?
Pat. It's pretty wild. There's been all sorts of trouble this year.
Then maybe I'll try it.
Vandalism, fighting, public disturbances. A lot of people gone missing, too. Yeah, it's pretty much the usual stuff, Pat. Just, you know, a lot more of it.
Now, is it just me, or does Deerfest get wilder every year? People seem to be more drunk, at least, or they start earlier and younger.
Oh, it's definitely not just you, Pat, but... Definitely, Pat. Hey, I'm talking here, Thornton. Oh, shoot, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, it's wild for that, but actually most of the trouble seems to be coming from
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home on the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
Well, thankfully I just left Barry with all the other goods. Oh, I have to open up a side door for Barry.
Got to be kidding me.
We good? Yeah. Thankfully, the super high power flashlight is, well, super high power.
Al? Is that you out there,
I had to
buddy?
find a key to get Barry out.
Yeah, it's me. Hang on. I'll try to find a key to get the door open.
Oh.
Hey, what's the holdup? Come on, this place is all dusty. You know I got my allergies.
I know you got your allergies.
Hey, let's go, man.
And you didn't even get to see the demonic tractor.
I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al. Looks pretty heavy. Ah! Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there. This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
We should feel right at home then.
Okay, we both gonna push this one?
Come on, one more gig. Let's do this thing.
Uh-oh, there's gonna be a chainsaw weird and crazy person. Old gods know the truth. I like their house, it's neat.
The lights are out. I guess we better check the fuse box.
Oh wow, they have a little mini stage in here.
The power downstairs was out, but I was sure I could fix that at the fuse box.
Coffee, ugh. Seriously, oh, this is where I write. There's gonna be circle windows.
You know, this place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I don't think they keep too close an eye on them at the clinic. They seem to slip away a lot so they can get wasted.
No kidding. Those guys sound awesome.
They were cool. Mystery of the Missing Week.
Alice's screams rang in the stillness of the night. I saw myself run toward the cabin, flashlight in my hand. I followed my past self. I was an out-of-body observer, a time traveler in a crazy drunken dream. This was the beginning. The night Alice had disappeared. The mystery of what had happened during the missing week was about to reveal itself.
Oh, Lord.
Come on, Al, let's get the lights on, huh? Can you hear that, Al? Music?
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? Oh, that's gotta be what's-her-face, the crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right.
Ooh, that's CW, who loved... which is Cabin Key. Okay.
Okay.
We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on.
I like
Barry,
this guy.
Yeah. What the hell?
No, seriously, because I know we don't get along, but we're gonna find her, right?
Yeah.
You're a crazy bastard. I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a
Aw.
writer, god damn it.
Correct.
Yeah.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What? What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
I want to be a booze
I
millionaire.
just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
And my cardboard cut out. Okay, time to have that flashback. Eh? Ooh. I'm excited. Am I dreaming with my eyes open? I'm a ghost! I've always wanted to be a ghost.
Alice, I'm coming. It's all right. I'm coming.
It was a crazy, drunken dream, and yet it was more than that. It was the truth, a suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened. I remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off.
Alice? Alice!
I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crash car and finding the first pages of the manuscript. I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
It's reasonable.
Alice!
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
Yes.
Okay.
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Oh no, this was the circle windows.
You can apologize.
Alice!
I didn't notice.
Laugh at the whole thing together and put
Alice?
it behind you. She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you.
Oh
right.
shit.
You
Some
killed
heavy things.
Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do.
Okay. So I just wrote this manuscript in like a week.
You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her.
Okay.
Yes. All right. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back.
What? He does not type like that. Oh shit. My ghostiness.
I wrote it. I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobweb she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish. to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. It will know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my Barbara a long time ago. She looks so old.
Okay. This is fucking strange.
I had woken up, confused and groggy.
Yeah, I think
My
Alan needs
mind
some therapy,
consumed
yeah.
by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape.
Barbara!
The week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious.
Dan Gang, thank you very much for your Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Happy 9 months.
And fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But
Happy
he had
Friday.
managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night.
Remember, y'all, tired driving is really bad.
I wrote it. It's my fault.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Oh, shit!
There's an old town road with mystery of Tom the poet and his muse.
Okay.
A magic lake which gave a light to the words the poet used.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get myself a beverage. I'm just gonna let this play. Y'all chillax for a minute, and I'll be back shortly.
Rations wane. Replenish supplies.
In the stillness of wonder, still in its misty crown, the muse she went down to the lake, and in the waves she drowned. And now to see your love set free, you will need the witch's cabin key. Find the lady of the light, gone mad with the night. That's how you reshape destiny. The poet came down to the lake to call out to his dear. When there was no answer, he was overcome with fear. He searched in vain for his treasure lost, and too soon the night would fall, and only his own echo would wail back as his call. And when he swore to bring back his love by stories he'd create, nightmares shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake. And now to see your love set free, you will need the witch's cabin key. Find the lady of the light, still raving in the night. That's how you reshape destiny. In the dead of night she came to him with darkness in her eyes. We're in a morning gown, sweet words as her disguise. He took her in without a word, for he saw his grave mistake, and vowed them both to silence deep beneath the lake. Now if it's real or just a dream, one mystery remains, for it is said on moonless nights they may still haunt how you reshape destiny. And now to see your love set free, she will leave the witch's cabin key. Find the lady of the light, still raving in the night. That's how you reshape destiny.
Previously on Alan Wake.
Okay.
Under the influence of the dark presence, I wrote a...
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deer Fest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up. Let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light. Hello.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ugh. Oh.
How gross is it? How bad must they smell? At least this guy. He's been wearing this set of clothes for like 2 weeks. Gross.
We're in jail now? Al. Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
Oh, I am never drinking again.
I need to talk to Weaver. She's the one in the song. The Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Ugh, whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not gonna...
I had some reading to do first, Sheriff, and let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. You hear me in there, Bret Easton Ellis? Huh?
Agent Nightingale, I want to talk to your superior.
Well, we all
He just keeps
want
calling me
names, Sheriff.
different writers'
I
names.
wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist. Wake, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Okay, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent Nightingale, your opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Damn.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead... Wait a minute. I know
Oh my god!
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
What? Alright.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Oh man, we're sitting ducks with the lights out.
Stay cool. I can get the emergency power on.
Enjoy. Mm-hmm.
Nightingale tried to make sense of the manuscript. It was disjointed and strange. He didn't understand half of it, but it all rang true. Impossibly true. He took out his hip flask when he reached the page that described how he reached the page that made him take out his hip flask. It wasn't the booze that made his mind reel.
That must have been terrifying.
Nightingale felt the situation veering out of his control, but the gun at least felt steady in his hands. He was ready to fire, resolved that he would let this happen over his dead body. And yet he hesitated. He had seen this moment before, read it in the page. He was transfixed by the deja vu and the horror that he was a character in a story someone had written. Then the monstrous presence burst in behind him and dragged him into the night.
Ooh, flare. Ooh, thermos. Oh god, that's a cop core. Barry.
Here are your things. Wait, what do I need to know? What do you need from me?
They can be hurt in the light, only in the light. And I need to find Cynthia Weaver. She can help me stop this.
Light. Check. Cynthia. She lives in the old decommissioned power plant. I can get you there pretty quickly in the rescue chopper. Come on, let's get back to your friend.
One, lamplight lady lives in a defunct power center? Strange. Don't think there was zoned for that. But two, you can get me there in the chopper. One, y'all have a chopper. Two, you know how to pilot? Damn. Sheriff is, quite the lass.
Wheeler, I need you to stay here.
What? No.
We're going to fetch our ride, but I have friends who need to be warned about this, and I can't be in two places at once. I need your help.
Well, okay.
Here's a list of people and phone numbers. I need you to call them and tell them you have a message from me. Night Springs, okay? They'll know what to do.
Night Springs? Like the TV show? Gotcha. Oh, hey, that radio guy is on the list. Maine. Who's Frank Breaker? He related to you?
My dad.
Hey, is this like a secret society?
It feels like a secret society.
You'll be safe here. The backup power's on. These guys need to be alerted, just in case we don't come back.
You'll come back for me though, right?
As soon as we get the chopper ready. Thanks, Wheeler. I owe you one. Okay, let's go, Wake. Through the back.
My hangover wants a pizza. You think there's any way I could order one, Al?
No. I'm guessing a pizza is not on the menu.
Oh, hell. Whatever took Nightingale must have broken the gate controls. We can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay?
Cover me with light. In case that wasn't. You know, if you weren't sure.
I needed to reach the rooftop to get to the other side of the broken gate.
Yes, which means I need to pull this lever that I found that I really wanted to pull. Triple D's? Oh Dear Diner? That was the name of the restaurant? Wow. There was something like Moorcock's? Is that a name of something over here? They're just putting in all the innuendos. Glad no one's like out and about. It would be quite bad. Ow, my legs. I like how she said she had my stuff, but she does not, in fact, have my, super fabulous. Like the super duper strong, flashlight that I had. Gotten from the old folks. So you never played the first Alan Wake. You wonder, should you play it before the second one? I have no idea, but my general guess is yes.
Hey, Sheriff! Your password. Night Springs? What's that all about?
It's a stupid joke we have. That Bright Falls is the original inspiration for the TV show. This town can get weird at times. Never this weird, though. We need to bypass the damaged control box.
What am I, an electrician? Hold on!
Ow, damn! That's smart.
Good job, Wake. Okay, stick close. Our first stop is the town hall. The keys to the chopper are there.
First thing I do is go where I'm not supposed to. The Triple D signers for Dan, Daniel, and Danny. I mean, it's not a possibility. Good job. Good job, Sheriff.
Look out!
Action shotgun. Sheriff has a hell of a shot. Unlike that one dude that wouldn't hand you over the revolver. Yeah, that guy sucked. Mott. His name was Mott.
The chopper's in the other direction!
Yeah, but this area was screaming, I've got free shit for you. And looky there, now I have a flare gun. Which till I will save until I need it, and I will never use it because maybe I'll need it later. And that's how that goes. You know it. I know it. Oh.
The air smelled of fish. This was Bright Falls industrial area. There was probably a cannery nearby.
Good job! The lady's handling herself. This big, strong lady, you don't need no man. It's definitely led here for stuff. Where's my stuff? Oh, up here. Okay. Yay! Lady, where are you at? Ooh, flares. Eep. I like Sheriff Sarah. Oh. Yes. Heavy duty flashlight.
I'm gonna want explanations, you know. For example, what the hell happened to Rose? She's seriously messed up now.
The same thing I think happened to me after I arrived.
During this week, you can't remember?
Oh, I remember now.
I remember what I forgot. It wasn't very good. Ooh. Paige.
Barry was in his element. Making calls, making things happen, even if he didn't entirely know what those things were. He wouldn't let the hot sheriff chick down. Even if every noise he heard from outside, and he heard plenty, made him jump. He had only paused to text Al a message, told him to hurry up. Suddenly, Barry froze in mid-dial. A window broke somewhere in the building, and then the lights went out.
No, Barry! Barry's in danger. Follow. Good job, lady. Oof. It's never nice to ambush someone around the toilets. I'm like, come on. So cruel.
Wait, over here! There's light!
Mm-hmm. That's the way I'm supposed to go. I go not that way. Because that's how video games work.
I have a key. Watch my back, Wade.
It's an ambush.
Oh, I knew we could be someone with a chainsaw at some point. Gotcha!
Let's go, Wake.
It's lucky he's got massive pockets in the coat, otherwise he'd know a place to put all the ammo and the long guns and the flares. He puts the gun down his pants, like his pant leg. Whatever the large one is. Well, there's a hunting rifle or a thing you can sell. Just like pulls it out from his pants, and then he just puts it away. Yoink.
Okay, someone's messed with the fuse box here, but you should be able to jury-rig it while I find the keys.
I already got electrocuted once today. How about I look for the keys and you get burned for a change?
Fine. They should be in the clerk's office on the other side of the building, near the main entrance.
Gotcha.
Not a fan.
The darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's face was furious. The story in the manuscript had been making it stronger all the time, but now the light had set the writer free and hurt it, weakened it. It was only a matter of days before the dark presence would be strong again. But meanwhile, it would be difficult to recapture the writer.
Barry?
The message was from Barry. He was getting worried at the station. He wanted us to hurry.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I prefer the hunting rifle. And coffee. Hunting rifle and coffee. That's what I keep at my desk.
Okay, Sheriff, I got the keys.
Damn it, I didn't go upstairs. I thought I'd have a choice.
Inside.
Oh god. Oh god.
Barry, look out! Barry, move!
Shit, Barry!
Barry!
He made it inside, Wake. He's okay.
So you say.
The storefront's blocked. Come on, Wake. Let's go around. We can meet him in the back.
Damn it! It's duck season! Rabbit season, duck season.
We can make it through the bookstore. Wheeler should be waiting for us in the
Keep the hell
backyard.
down or I'll call the sheriff.
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All the shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back to bed. He's got a point, Wake. Look, this town can't take this.
It's me they want. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner you can all get back to life as usual.
I hope you're right. Come on, let me get this door open.
You're amazed that no one in this town got turned has a gun.
Of being the sheriff, a girl needs to get around.
Does a girl? Oh my. Well,
They're really taking advantage of your presence here, Wake. I heard.
yeah, maybe the dark presence doesn't know how to manipulate the skin sacks and the working guns.
Cynthia Weaver worked hard, following her obsessive rituals, sometimes fighting them, always giving in to them in the end. She haunted the halls of Bright Falls abandoned power plant. She marked her caches with light-sensitive paint that could only be seen by eyes that had been touched by darkness and saved by light like she'd been. She was preparing defenses and supply lines for the war she knew would come. The war between the forces of light and darkness.
Oh, that's who's been leaving me all these things. Well, good on you, Cynthia.
Casey books.
Right now, I'm not a big fan of my own writing.
Dark Presence really should learn, read a firearm manual. I mean, yes.
I don't see Barry.
But I'm glad they have it.
Maybe that's him. That's the way to the chopper.
Maybe. Maybe it's not. Maybe Barry died and you're trying to make me feel better. Uh-oh. It's a bit extra for all of this.
Barry got back to his feet inside the Bright Falls General store and dusted himself off. Right next to the cans of baked beans was a locked case filled with flare guns.
Yes.
And yet here was a conveniently placed barrel of crowbars. Barry's smile widened as he realized that this was the classic movie scene where the hero had to gear up and arm himself to the teeth. Barry threw himself into the role.
Aww. Convenient flare guns and crowbars. Just like it was written by your best friend. Yeah, they gave me the big flashlight. Church.
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh, I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come. Let's take a break.
God damn, this lady kicks so much ass. Yeah! She's awesome. I'm glad he wrote her to be so fucking badass.
Okay, it's open. Let's go, Wake.
Wow.
We keep them lit all night long on the night before Deerfest.
Why?
Well, it's tradition.
Tradition.
For
Ooh.
it to be free, the Dark Presence needed the writer to finish the story. Again and again, the story let it get frustratingly close to the writer without letting it capture him. It was bound by the events depicted in the manuscript, but it could pursue the writer indirectly, put others on the task, and stop those who would help him. It took over everything in its path, made them its puppets, and sent them after Alan Wake.
But it's bound by the story, and it's only doing that because the story wrote it in.
We're almost there. We'll have to go through the basement to get to the parking lot.
Yeah, there's no way going through the crypt will turn out to be a bad idea.
Well, you wrote it, broski. You would know. Thermos. Doop 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 doop. Oh God! Barry!
Saw the light, huh? You didn't like that one? A tough audience.
Oh, Barry, you're
Well, I
so
got plenty
cute.
more.
Look at him with Christmas
What are
lights.
Christmas lights for?
Protection, man. Like garlic against vampires.
Vampires.
I agree with
Just
him.
across the parking lot and up the hill. Come on.
I don't think it's ridiculous at all. I think Barry's coming up with some smart ideas.
Store is now my favorite place in the entire world. See this headlamp? It's like a superpower. I can just look at one of those things and they die. It's my flaming eye of Mordor.
Oh.
I wish I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want a headlamp.
Last one.
Bastard.
I'll say I really do want one.
Alice had screamed until she had no voice left to scream. Around her, the darkness was alive. It was cold and wet and malevolent and without end. She was a prisoner, trapped in the dark place. The terror would have burned her mind out, but one thing made her hang on. She could sense Alan in the dark. She could hear him. She could see the words he was writing as flickering shadows. He sensed her too. He was trying to work his way to her.
Aw, isn't that sweet? All this to cure his writer's block.
When someone throws a damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license, you're cleared for departure to Night Springs. No offense, Sheriff.
She's like, I would take offense, but you're right. I don't have a pilot's license. Oh shit!
Gonna get used to this.
Whee! Well, hopefully, Bear, you won't have to get used to it, okay? We're gonna get out of this. Just you and me and whatever my wife's name was.
Don't take too long. I want to get out of here.
Ooh, firefighters. I don't really want to go to a shotgun. I like this thing more. God, you can just tell this is a boss arena. You laughed the first time you saw Barry wrapped in Christmas lights. It's a smart play. Wife doesn't matter, marry the sheriff. Dude, she's so badass. I wrote her to be, what, hot and useful? What's better than that? Oh no. Damn it. It wouldn't drop a flare.
Get ready, I'll hold them off.
You're all good. Okay. Just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. Okay. Yeah. So good that the darkness didn't try and possess the helicopter.
You're taking a big chance on a local crazy lady, Al. I hope you're right about her, or we can kiss this town goodbye.
Kiss my wife goodbye. This is all my eggs in one crazy lady basket. All my light bulbs and I don't know, one box.
I hope you know how to deal with this, Wake. I guess you New Yorkers are used to rough situations like this.
Right, the city's a war zone. King Kong, mutant alligators, and Alex Casey shoots the place up every weekend. Look, I never even carried a gun until a couple of days ago.
Well, my dad used to be a cop there. Tells some pretty wild stories.
Stuff like this?
No, just normal bad stuff. Kinda like your books, Wake. I used to tease Dad that he was just like Alex Casey.
You've read me.
Oh, sure. You're a pretty good writer. A little heavy on the metaphors, maybe.
Oh.
Nobody's ever said that before.
We're coming up on the power plant. See the lit building over there? And that's the dam further up the river.
Well, I'm glad.
Can't land here. I'll take her down the road across the river.
Just get me there, Sheriff.
Oh no. You could have totally landed on top of the roof. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh no. Seat belts! No one wearing seat belts anymore? What happened to my shit? I had a fabulous super strength flashlight. Let me go ahead and say that would 10 out of 10 be my #1 priority to keep on me. Oh, good.
Another traveler seeks refuge.
I had to do something about the chain for the door to open.
Let's see. Corner 8K, thank you very much for your follow. Thank you very much for your follow and welcome. How are you doing today? Ooh, thermos. Wonder how I'm doing on all the thermoses, you know? The very first one I picked up said 1 of 100. I have no idea how the rest of it's going. Light.
And here's a new song from a band that they always remind me of our local rock legends, the old
It's a
guys.
fast reload.
Couldn't tell you why.
Yeah, if you spam R, it reloads faster than if you don't.
Here's Poets of the Fall and their latest single, War.
Coffee. Okay. That went well. Ish. Well enough, I didn't die.
The power plant glowed in the night. It was close, but I had to find a way across.
Just swim! How bad can it be? Semblance of safety. Oof. Man, oh man. Cynthia?
Making her way through the water pipe alone, Cynthia was angry at the writer. Foolish young man, taking unnecessary risks. And the way he broke the rules. Didn't he understand what was at stake? Since the terrible days in the 70s, she hadn't wavered once, as hard as it had been. She was tired of protecting the town all these long years, and now only wanted to rest.
She's protecting the town since the 70s? Oh no. I feel so bad for her. I wrote her into that spot. Definitely don't envy her written position. Coffee! This is where Cheryl likes to sit. She just comes over here, drinks beer, and stares at her power plant. My headcanon.
The story I had written in the cabin had come true. Touched by the dark presence, I had written a horror story, but the end was still missing. The story was incomplete, and the last unfinished page of the manuscript still sat in the typewriter in the cabin study. If I could get back there, if I could read the page, then I could write my own ending to this story and save Alice.
Oh, all you have to do is write, and he woke up and it was all a dream. He and Alice lived happily ever after. The end. I mean, it's a shit ending, but it works, don't it? That's all I'm saying. The SCP folk need to capture this, typewriter. Probably not exactly typewriters doing, but it'll make me feel better. Oh no. A bit of a wreck. Oh shit. Uh-oh, starting to get wibbly.
More birds.
Damn it. Woo! Ooh, the helicopter. Oh my god, I can't hear shit.
Hello, Martha. What did you want to show me? Oh, Lydia. Thank God you're here.
Sorry, it's really low.
Oh, Martha. Oh, that's amazing. Isn't it just? I found it here this morning. It's like it isn't there, but oh, I can't look straight at it.
Yes, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, how did you get here?
What?
Well, I'm trying to work.
Did you put this thing here?
In a way. To be more precise, I put everything here but that.
Really? But what is it?
Oh, I guess the temptation is to call it a hole, but it's really an absence. A profound lack of reality.
In Martha's basement?
Yes, I was doing so well, too. I came up with 2 old ladies and put something really weird in the basement. It was a great start, but I'm completely blocked.
Haha.
I can't
Okay, I
imagine
get
what
it.
I was up to.
Well, surely it's just an ordinary basement.
Is it? Why did you call your friend here, then?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, well.
Couldn't you just ignore it?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. It would probably turn
That
into a
plot hole.
Might be one
It's a very literal plot hole.
the whole enterprise.
Okay. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. Whew. Fuck you, birds! Yoink, yoink. Hello? Crumbly. Not so good. Doop, 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 doop.
I recognized the logo on the power plant sign. I'd seen a version of it painted all over the area, signifying hidden caches of supplies.
Yay. Light Lady has been very helpful. Safe haven. Safety!
Right there!
Miss Weaver, Cynthia, I'm a friend.
Prove it!
You knew Zane, Thomas Zane. You're the Lady of the Light in the song. You can help me.
Woo!
About time. Young man, I've been waiting a very long time for you.
Oh, so light. I'm sure she won't mind if I help myself.
It's in the well-lit room.
Excuse me?
What you need to drive the darkness back. The well-lit room is at the dam. I built the room to keep it safe.
Will it help me find Alice? Will it get me back to the cabin? Fine, let's go. I can get my friends to come back with the helicopter.
Oh, we won't go outside. Never at night. That's rule number 1. You've been breaking the rules, young man, and where has that gotten us, Oh, I have a secret route. Lit route. Old water pipe. Something was damaged at the transformer yard. It's draining all the reserve power. Without it, the pipe will go dark. The power to the yard must be cut.
Let me guess. You want me to do it?
Of course she wants me to do that.
Who likes to break the rules? I can't be outside in the dark. The kill switch is outside.
Thanks, lady. Oh, good.
Weaver had sent me to cut the power to the transformer yard. I was willing to do grunt work for her to get her to help me. I hoped Weaver was dependable. I'd stumbled into this crazy world a little over a week ago. She had been living this insanity for decades.
Yeah, but I do wonder how much has actually been, like, manifesting over the decades versus everything coming to head, like, right now. You know?
I could see the kill switch that would cut the power to the transformer yard. Now I had to find a way to reach it.
Oh. Booyah! Rule number 2, keep the lights on. Don't go outside at night, keep lights on. I mean,
these things. The transformer yard went dark and dead. Weaver's water pipe passage should now be good to go.
yay! Fuck. Those are my flashbangs. I did it, lady!
This way, young man. Follow me. Come, the pipe's empty now. We're ready to go. This way. We need to go. I knew them both, Tom and Barbara. I had such a crush on him. Such a beautiful man. I was jealous. There was a part of me that was maybe a little glad when she had the accident. And then Tom started writing and woke the darkness up. He tried to bring it back, but you can't do that. There are no free rides like that.
I'm starting to realize that.
In that case, young man, perhaps you're a smarter man than Tom was. The witch looked like her, but it wasn't. Barbara was sweet. He didn't understand until it was too late. He tried to undo it, wrote himself, her, everything he'd ever written out of the world. Oh, he was so famous. And afterward, no one knew. Oh, Tom.
Except
He left
you?
only one thing behind in my care, in case it happened again. Insurance. He trusted me. Or perhaps used me a little.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Probably keep the shotgun, I guess. No, I like the hunting rifle more.
We are characters trapped in a story you have written, and none of us will survive to see the end of it if the darkness isn't stopped, she'll twist the story to her own dark ends.
How do you know all this?
Tom, that's the way he wrote it. He still talks to me, in television, from beyond, from below. We have both been touched by the darkness.
Okay, this lady is
He
cuckoo.
saved us both with light.
Cuckoo in the coconut.
He's with you. You sustain. This pipe will take us directly to the well-lit room.
Okay, I need to call my friends, tell them where we're going.
You can't have any reception down here.
Barry, we're headed to the dam in one of the pipes. Meet us there.
Okay, I'll tell Sarah.
It's Sarah now?
Whoa! No! For the sweet love of...
Barry! Barry! We gotta go see if they're okay.
They're probably dead. You must reach the well-lit room. This is no time to be a selfish idiot.
That's my best friend.
What? Dude!
Well, be a fool. I'll use the pipe. I'll meet you at the dam if you make it.
Who jumps down like that?
At least I didn't have to worry about her. She knew how to stay safe.
Man. I want to go down. I want to stay in the pipe with the lady.
Sarah was almost starting to relax. Maybe they could turn this into a win yet. Suddenly, there was a piercing sound, like a table saw gone wild, as 100 birds made out of shadows swarmed into the rotor. The chopper bucked wildly and the board lit up.
Oh no.
Already knew. They were going down. Barry Wheeler screamed next to her.
Okay. Birds are good. Gone, probably. Hey. Alien, hi. Go. Faster. Oh, I walked that way, and I could have taken this as a shortcut. Whoops. I'll see about Alien. Ow. Too many goddamn birds.
Barry! Sheriff Baker! Sarah!
The crash site looked bad, but as far as I could tell, the wreck was empty.
Barry! Sarah! Barra!
Barry! Barry! Over here! Hang in there, I'm coming!
Whoops. Cyberpunk, hi hi.
And the Sundance Kid.
I have a different ending in mind.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I knew you'd be all right.
How's that?
The flaming eye of Mordor?
Laugh it up, funny man. Didn't we have somewhere to go?
Weaver will meet us at the dam.
Where is it? Yay! Cyberpunk, how are you doing? You doing good? You well? Wee. Come on, guys.
While the crazy bunch of demon hicks try to take your head off with an axe. You know your helicopter crash landed in Night Springs.
You should write those, Barry. After this, I should just be an exclusive Night Spring episode creator.
That gym membership.
You see those lights? That's the elevator we need to take.
Guys, it's getting warbly.
Something moving out there.
What the hell is that thing? It's everywhere! Oh crap, there's more than one of them!
Nothing moves like that. It's impossible.
Yeah, I don't know why I wrote.
Contract is struck.
I wrote that they did this, but I did.
There! No, there! Al, they're all over the place!
How many of them are there? Where'd that one go?
Got it.
This can't be happening!
Now there should only be the one. Let's see. Cyberpunk, thank you very much for 4 months resub. I really appreciate it. You aren't welcome? Okay. Well, that's fine.
Was that it? Are we safe?
Define safe.
Wow. I think we're okay.
Oh, man.
Wait, call the elevator. I'm keeping watch.
I think I hear something moving around.
Boop.
Heads up! Here they come!
Oh no! Oh no!
They're coming! We have to hold them off! Oh no you don't!
It's fine. There weren't that many.
Oh no!
Got it! Safe equals alive for now. Into the light.
Here, Al, let's go. Al, hit the button.
I want to make sure everyone was inside. You never played this game because it's an Xbox. It isn't Xbox exclusive. I mean, it might have been on its onset, but it's been a number of years, and so now you can buy it on Steam or Epic. Steam has just a normal one, and I think Epic has a remaster, so I bought it on Steam. So I'm playing it on PC right now. But yeah, it's good. It's more of like a really good narrative story with some horror elements. Little spooky kind of things versus like really scary horror or like a body horror or anything like that.
We're almost there. There's an entrance into the dam at the top. What's the plan, Wake?
Well, Weaver's crazy, but she's got something Zane left behind. Something to fix this.
Gee, could you be a little more vague?
Thomas Zane? Seriously? Might as well be Paul Bunyan or Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, he was real.
Just like Paul Bunyan and Bigfoot.
Let's be careful, okay?
Oh, jeez, I hate
I'm going to be carefully picking up this coffee. The Christmas slice and share feels very Stranger Things. Well, this was far before Stranger Things, so... You know? Nah.
Okay, Wake. There's a button over there that opens the door. I think something's broken. Hold the button down so we can get in.
Oh, I hold the button down so y'all can get in. And then I'm stuck out here and have to fight for my damned life. Again. Duck!
What's going on? We can get to the dam through here. What's happening out there?
You guys go ahead and find Weaver. She should be in the dam now. I'll have to make it alone through the top.
Okay, Wake. Good luck. Don't get yourself killed.
Please be careful.
I'll take good care of Barry, Wake. You just look after yourself.
Yep.
You gotta be kidding me. Down, boy.
Zane's shoebox.
Thomas
What's
Zane
in the
knew he
shoebox?
had to remove all that had made this horror possible, including himself. That was the only way to banish the dark presence he had unleashed and now looked at him through the eyes of his dead love. But he also knew that despite his best efforts, it might someday return. So even as he wrote himself and his work out of existence, he added a loophole as insurance, an exception to the rule. Anything of his stored in a shoebox would remain.
Oh. Okay. Odd, but neat. Good exception. Kind of would have liked it more if it had just been like anything stored in a shoebox would remain, because that'd be cool. That's not good. Upsy dupsy.
I was ridiculously outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds.
Oh! Cheeky!
Enough. You will go no further.
It's time to hustle.
Stop now.
Thanks for clearing the way. Oh. Oh god. I'm so fat. Oh, this is breaking right underneath me. Okay, buddy. Oh shit. Woo. Oh my gosh. Ow, God. Bitch has crazy aim. Whew. So you guys all met.
You made it. Well done. I'm glad I was wrong. But it was a foolish chance to take. Don't worry about the noise. We're safe here. I have looked after the well-lit room for many, many years now. There is no shadow in the well-lit room. The power is fail-safe, and all the bulbs are numbered and changed regularly based on their make and model.
Right.
How many backup generators do you have for it?
There's an old army base at Raincoat Point, north of here. It was active during the Second World War. They operated here back then. They must have built this.
Yes, they did. It's my place now.
Dun 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 dun.
I won't need to worry about the room anymore, because 6 and 33 and 118 need changing soon, and I don't want to climb up the ladder to change them because it's very late and I'm tired. And if you
What do you mean there's no shadows? There's obvious shadows in here. I can literally see shadows.
The page was autobiographical, a memory from my childhood. But I didn't write this. It was a page written by Thomas Zane. None of them were supposed to exist anymore.
Alan, 7 years old, would fight sleep to the bitter end. When he did sleep, he soon woke up, screaming, the nightmares fresh in his mind. One evening, his mother, sitting by his bed, offered him an old light switch. She called it the clicker, and flicking the switch would turn on a magical light that would drive the beast away. To imbue the talisman with all possible power, she added that it had been given to her by Alan's father. Alan never knew him, and anything of his took on mythical proportions in his mind. With the clicker firmly in his hand, Alan finally slept like a baby. Now, almost 30 years later, Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
My mind swirled. I'd given the clicker to Alice, yet it was here. Zane had written it into existence in a story I had written. I can get to her now. I can finish this.
What? What? Alan was written into existence by Zane, who wrote himself out of existence. What? Oh my lord. Okay. Well, this is going to be a great place for me to stop here for today, and we can finish this up tomorrow. I assume we'll be finishing up. I don't think I got the extra episodes, but I can get them. So as far as it goes, I hope you guys have had a fabulous day. And enjoyed the time here with Alan Wake. Let's see.
We are...
Oop. Geosint, hi, sorry, but we're just about to depart. Again, I hope you guys have had a lovely time. I know I have, and I hope to see you guys back around tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time, for more Alan Wake, the conclusion, and probably the DLC episodes as well. Until then, I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day, and bye-bye.